to the stream, folks. Nope, I have not had coffee yet, but I will rectify that in a moment. Table number 1. I think they're just practicing. They may have started. Yeah, just practicing. So just walking around the venue here. Not that I'm walking around the venue, but you get it. These are our first batches to start off today. Nick Kruger, Woody Nielsen, Charlie Brown, Eli Yarwood, Grant Goulet, and Lito Attendido, and Marv Joe and Simon Pickering. These are going to be some pretty good matches. All A side. So let's let her rip. Audio seems really quiet this morning, so we'll up that a bit. See how that worked really well. It's almost like my audio gear warms up. And then lets you know that it's warmed up. Walking around the room as we watch them warm up. Gotta turn that monitor mic down in my head there. I'll have to check out what the audio sounds like online. Testing 1, 2. Testing audio. All I can say is that's much louder in my headset, so I have to figure that out. There, that should make a difference. And I can up it there. And we should be good. Yeah, there's 84 different places to adjust audio on a computer. I'm just kidding. Okay. Where should we start? There we go. Good morning, Brenda. Starting off with Charlie and Eli. Nine 10 cluster looks like it's going to be interesting. Not sure if that 9 goes by the 2 to the corner. And he may have just bumped the 7 in front of the 10. That's his problem area. Has to solve that to get through. And while he figures this out, I'm going to go get a coffee so that, well, frankly, I feel better. All right. Found a coffee cup in my cabinet. Holds 6 cups of coffee. Only counts as 1 if you fit it in 1 cup, right? Eli's got some work to do here. That 2 ball being blocked by the 9. Then he's taking a really careful look at the 4 here. We'll need to develop some of that. That's going to involve possibly a bank, short side shape. Bank the 2 at the corner. I think that's the correct decision. Unfortunately, the target you're aiming for off this 2 is kind of difficult. If you could get through that gap, that would be pretty amazing. Reach for the stars, man. Never get them if you don't try. Grant getting that first rack already over with. Little rub didn't quite move it out of the way far enough. Can he get in there playing the 1? I think he's got too much angle. You don't really want to move the 4 out of there, because if you move it over to this side, you're still dealing with the 9. Really want to move that 11. Or you could play short side shape. Can he do that off the 3? He's looking to see if he can spin it in off the 1. And there we go. We should have instant replay soon. Takes a second or two for it to start recording. Looks like it's up and running. 5 ball has to be tight through there. Simon gets the first one in his match. Well, this isn't the worst thing in the world. You've got angle. You can move. You see, he's literally mapping it out for us. Love it. You're seeing his thought process there. You can see he knows he can come to this bottom rail and up towards the 4. Can he stop in time for the side? That's a really bad angle. Can he make it the 3 rails around the 11 to play the 4 in this bottom side pocket? Or is he going to be stuck with the bank side as he was just lining up there? It's important when you're playing to really commit to the shot and have a good vision of the shot in your head. How many times have you... Ooh, that's really loud. How many times have you stepped to the table and the last thing that goes through your mind is, I just don't scratch, and then sure enough, you scratch. Even better. Wow. Honestly, it did not occur to me to play the one off the 15 in the corner. Great bit of creativity. So as has been the habit here, we'll check out the next table. Grant leading 1-0 over Lito Attendido. Well, he's got angle, and that means you can move. And if you can move, you can get where you need to be. I think I read somewhere the optimum moving angles in pool are somewhere between 15 and 30 degrees. So if you're more than 15 but less than 30, you get a good balance between accuracy and speed retained with the cue ball so it can move around the table. Might have been a little bigger than that. Just tidying things up. Well, that was an unexpected development. Grant hit that so well that it spun all the way down the rail instead of coming off the rail. And now he's in a pickle. He's gonna kick it in the side, threading it through the 6-7. Jump shot. Into what, though? The 4-ball takes that side away. You can try and bank it. It almost takes the bank away as well. After all that hard work, Lita will come to the table with ball in hand. Probably start with that 7-ball just because it's ugly. And he gets to put it inside the rail a little bit to create angle. Never a bad thing. Time to have a plan for the 4. Not a difficult ball, not that big of a deal, but you should have a plan for it. The last thing you want to do is get stuck with no line. That is a very good line. Oops. What happened there? Hold on. Interesting. There we go. Some bugs somewhere in that system. That's outside of me. Maybe. But we're going to move on to Marv Joe and Simon Pickering. Marv trailing 3-0. Oh, and he's going too far. May have the 5 on the side, though. Saving grace. Having an out ball or an escape ball. Oof. So handy. Oh yeah, could do that sharing thing. If y'all wouldn't mind sharing it, that'd be cool too. Needs to get in there and break that 8 out a little bit. That'll work. That'll work out really well. Little touchy to play position on it, but he should be okay. He's got a little bit of area he can work with. We're down to 16 players today. When we get down to 8, it's going to switch to single elimination. The race changes as well. The race will be a race to 8, with the final being a 1-set race to 10. Marv Joe getting out of that and taking 1 back. Swing over to Nick and Woody, tied at 1. Trying to corner hook him? Oh. Touchy shot, but What a place to put your opponent if you can. I once saw Alex Peggy-Lyon do that in a one-pocket match. Tucked the cue ball against the rail inside the jaws of the pocket and horn hooked him from the spot ball. Which I think they both... actually, there were 2 balls left. Alex needed both and his opponent needed 1. And he ended up sinking the ball in the corner pocket, following it up, and freezing the cue ball to the jaw. But both balls, once the other ball was spotted, it was still protected, and the other one was on that rail, so we couldn't see it either anyway. Heck of a shot. Right. Nick can take the 13 now, but he's going to move the 2. Hopefully that 2 just goes to the end rail. Might go a little bit closer to this bottom pocket. But he is playing left on the... Oh, sorry, playing the 2. My bad. Looked away. Forgot what he was shooting. 7 balls open. Like I said, the good old escape ball. We finished on time yesterday. I don't anticipate anything different today. We actually finished early, according to the schedule on Digital Pool. So, well done to the organizers, Rob and Angel especially, picking times that will work so they won't get things stacked up. And thanks to the players for keeping it moving. Nick able to hold that cue ball for the 3. Probably going to want to move that template soon. It doesn't happen often, but every once in a while you hit that template and it'll flip up. I've seen it wrap itself around the cue ball once, just briefly, and then it flips back down onto the table. But of course it changes things. Nick looking at drawing off this 5 in between the 8-3. Solid shot. No head movement at all. The guy was a rock standing there shooting that. The more I watch, the more I learn. And it seems to me that accuracy is tied to movement. Makes sense, doesn't it? Gotta watch you don't scratch here. You could go off the 8 onto the 10 and into the corner. A little bit informal here. Everybody knows nobody's out to mess anybody over. Should be able to hit that 10 fairly thick. And then it doesn't roll much. But you see the angle? It was going towards that corner pocket. So Nick moves to 2-1. Table number 2. Oh, interesting. There we go. Back, instant replay quit because I forgot to delete everything that I recorded yesterday. And so there was no more room. So we fixed that. Back to the stream. Oh, that's right. I was going to change. Okay, there we go. One of the things I was fumbling with yesterday was which camera am I on? And I do have a control pad here that has blinking lights to tell me, but I hadn't set up tables 2, 3, and 4. So if I wasn't on table 1, I had to kind of press a bunch of buttons. Now I think I've got that set up. I know, right, Brenda? That was crazy. Eli, just being careful. He's got a little bit of angle towards that rail. Doesn't want to be stuck on the rail. He wants to come off that rail to shoot the 8-ball. There's always a balance between how hard do I have to work for the perfect shape and how hard does that make the shot, or should I just ease off a little bit, take a little bit less shape, and deal with the consequences. I was worried that was going to come right in on the 6 and the 3 and freeze to one of them and not have a look at the 8. There you go. Eli taking a 2-1 lead. Table 3. Grant leading Lido 2-1. I think Lido's trying to stun past the 4 to take it in the bottom left corner pocket. But he's so straight, I'm not sure. He's got a little bit of angle that way. You don't have to hit this hard, but you got to get just enough power to get past the 4, and it's very easy to fall short. Nope. 4 ball goes by the 11. He's just going to take it in the same pocket. And I know the 4 goes by the 11 because there's no way Lido would have left himself that position if it didn't go. Roll forward right to the rail if he can. Take the 6 next. No, coming out for the 3. Now, depending on his angle, he's just going to float to the side rail, or he'll go down to the head, to the top rail there, the end rail, and back into the 6. Looks like he's got a little bit of angle. That's an awkward bridge for him, too. I can't tell if he's rolling forward or stunning over. Stunning over. Lido won't go away. Why he wins so many tournaments around here. Always in the mix. Marv, Joe, and Simon Pickering. Marv getting another one back. Only trails 3-2 now. And Lido. Gets another one. Off to table 4, and that would be Marv and Simon. Can Marv keep it going? Level it up at 3. We'll know in about 8 minutes. Or less. Or more. I don't know how it's going to work, and I'm sure I can do more to set it up a little bit better. But I am trying to record all 4 tables, and then I'll release matches individually. Might take me a little while to do that, but I'll work on it today, if I can. It'll be pretty basic, these first ones, as I learn how to do that and set up scenes and stuff. I have to use OBS to do it, because it's just the way it is. Have to figure out how to make that work. One low ball down for Marv. Has a few areas of concern. Right there, right there. That one, yeah, it's not really too much of a concern. Have to pay a little bit of attention to it, but he's just trying to get into that 14 and nudge it. Unfortunately, he's put himself in a difficult spot here. Can he see the 15? He might be able to see the 15 down here. If he can keep going. There's no way that 9 ball goes through there, is it? Oh, well, would you look at that? If it goes, might as well take it now. Hoping to get closer to make that work. Hey, thanks, Rob. We're figuring it out. For a construction worker, not bad. It's going to take a while to sort out all these little details. Like all those little tables on the bottom. I could clean those up so that they're the same size and lined up the same way. It's just really finicky. Simon. We haven't seen him yet. Every time we come back to this table, it seems like we're on Marv. He's got some work to do with that 6. Yeah, 8 ball's not respected as a game as much as I think it should be. 8 ball on a 7 foot is a little bit of a tough game. Not because the shots are hard or they're super long but just the congestion. That many balls in that small of an area makes your position a little tighter. Trying to make the 7 through the 9. Not going to go. But he hasn't left anything, and I think that was the bigger decision factor in that. What is that doing that for? Foul, ball in hand for Simon. He's going to work out that 6 somehow. Either the 1 on the side, break the 6 out, leave the 7 as your escape ball. Always think about speed when you're breaking your ball out, because breaking the 6 ball out and putting it in behind the 12 doesn't help at all. Just wants to clip that 14 and move it out of the way, really. Did he get far enough? I think he would have preferred to hit like the 14 a little bit more square rather than on the side like that, because then that would have pushed the 14 to the rail, left the cue ball there, and now he'd be staring with the cue ball to the 6. Looks like he has enough room. He's lining up like he does. Oh, lots of room. And he's going to start working on that 4-5 right off the 6. Score update, Lito takes the lead 3-2. Nick and Woody tied at 2. So are Charlie and Eli. Tight matches this morning. The winner of these matches advanced to stage 2. Stage 2 should start, I think, about 1:30. Yeah, 1:30. And then we should all be done by 7 o'clock-ish on a Sunday, finishing a tournament at 7. That gives you enough time to get home, put your stuff away, kind of chill. Maybe you get ready for work tomorrow. We still have 8 players on the B side, though. Bill Parsons, Wade Whitby, Tim Lazard, Push Zoteng, Gary Sankey, Arnaldo and Fiesta, Tom Joyce, and Jake Dosh. All waiting in the wings for their turn at the table this morning. Ooh, a little thick on the 3. Trying to hold the cue ball. Just trying to put that 3 ball in the left side of the pocket. If you draw a line through the middle. Trying to get the 3 ball to drop in as tight as you can there, so that your cue ball travels as little as possible. Marv with a fairly simple run out here, unless he does something like that. A little bit too much speed on the cue ball there. Now he's facing the wrong way or has steep angles. You know what? If you don't like it, there's an easy built-in safety here. Just push the 14 to the rail, get the cue ball onto the back side of the 8, and let Simon kick at the 3. Yes, it's over the hole. Could make it. But it's not a high percentage shot. I was just double checking my recording PC, making sure it's still recording and everything looks good. And it's just the raw camera feed, so there's none of the scores, none of that. But I'll post it real quick when I get a chance. Hopefully I can get some of that done tonight. And then If anybody wants to go back and watch their match, they can watch it. There won't be commentary. There won't be scoreboards. I'll figure that out for next time, if I can. It'd be nice to set it up as a plug and play. Just chop the video out, throw it in a pre-made template, and post it. Simon taking on the 5-3 combination, it looks like. Whatever he does, he's going to try and get that cue ball all the way down table. There it is. Stretching out in the 5. Get that cue ball all the way down for the 8. And he's hit the speed. Perfect. Marv gives it to him. Off to table number 1. Nick Kruger, Woody Nielsen tied at 2. I think that's Nick at the table. It is. Woody obviously just barely missed that 4. Hanging in that top left corner pocket. Nick trying to draw out for the 14 to the side. Doesn't need to do much. That's perfect. Nick looking really strong this morning. After this rack, we're going to switch back to Simon and Joe because Simon's on the hill. He's broke, and I think it's dry. Yep, dry. So we'll just keep an eye on it, and if it looks like Simon's going to get back to the table and have a chance to end that match, we'll switch over there. Off the horn and in, Nick at 3. Charlie and Eli, rack number 5. Charlie at the table just judging that 8 ball. Looks like he may have broke and run to this point. Ta-da. All right. Charlie takes another 1-game lead. Grant and Lido deep into rack number 6. Lido's come back to lead 3-2. Grant's not done yet. Needs that to come a little farther. He needed another inch and a half of roll out of that. I might be inclined to take that combination from there. You're almost wired on it. Grant will roll 2 rails and round and come right back at it. Needs to watch he doesn't get in behind the 8. Kept his line clean. Now the combination. There's a danger here of moving forward after you hit the 10 ball, so playing this with topspin. And then coming across and not having a shot at it. But it looks like he's going to play this with a little bit of draw. Should go into the rail and out. Missed the combination. Oh, no. That will likely cost him the rack. But the 5 ball does pose some problems. Lido's going to have to get in there. Or move the 10. It's a race to 6. So Simon's not on the hill. Sorry, my bad. We'll just keep watching this then. See if Lido can get the 4. simple plan from Lito. Just take the 7 on the side. Make sure you've got angle to get in between the 10-5. I think he's landed just about perfect. Might come really close to the 10. You really don't want to bridge over the 10 to shoot the 5, so either bump into it or accept a little bit more angle. Perfect. Well, I say that, but I mean, it's good enough. With the 10 ball there, makes it a little iffy, but he should still be able to get into this area. Yeah, into that area there. Just a little draw. Judges the speed to hold the cue ball. He actually got the weight right, believe it or not, because if he cuts that, or almost right, if he cuts that 5 a little more, the cue ball has a little bit more speed and probably gets to here. So Grant, happy to be back at the table. That's it, back and forth. A lot of movement there. Just a little draw coming 2 rails for the 8 in the side pocket. That'll work. And Grant ties it up at 3. Simon's going to bank that 9. He's deemed it's easier to bank the 9 and hold shape on that 8. And from the result, it looks like he was correct. Marv's break in rack number 7. We'll switch over to Nick. We'll come back to that one. Nick trying to get the 4. Gonna bridge up over the 8 ball. Look at how he's got his bridge hand, how that first finger is reinforcing his second finger, creating a good stable, or as stable as you can, support for the cue. Helps you cue the cue ball accurately and gives you more control. Oh, that's got to get going. That's got to get going. Drops a little short. Kicking at the 4. He can still make this. It's just not easy. I believe the 8 ball goes top left. So many different kicking systems out there. That was never going to be an easy one. Just to show you where we've got to yesterday, where we're at this morning. Some folks, half the field's been eliminated. Some surprises. Didn't expect Kevin Robitaille, but you're always going to have upsets. One thing about Woody, you'll rarely see him make a mistake because he's rushing into it and didn't consider it. He may shoot quickly once he's down, but his decision-making process is very solid. A little awkward here because nothing really automatically goes to the next ball. So. Have to move the cue ball a little bit. He can kill the cue ball on the 14 here. Take the 13. Work its way up to the 10, I think that is. The 4 ball is not hindering the 10 to this bottom side pocket. Just like that. Maybe there wasn't as much angle on that first ball there as I thought. He's clearly made it simple. Didn't need to draw that cue ball too far. And to tie it up at 3. I didn't see what was going on table number 4 here. That 8 ball's hanging in that corner pocket. 6 is in the side. Okay, so it's over. Simon wins at 6-2. He'll be the first player to advance to stage 2. I'm not sure how the players are moving to stage 2. There's going to be a draw. A redraw. But Bill Parsons and Wade Woodkey will be up. Woody and Nick tied at 3. Woody's got the 9 down. He's got to look at a high ball. Nothing tied up. Little bit of finesse work to do, but nothing too difficult. It's not a gimme, but I would say it's a high likelihood that Woody gets through this rack. Working through developing a plan. You know, you see how the speed with which we play now, and then you look at the pros and they get like 45 seconds to sort out the 8-ball rack. It's amazing. They've worked long and hard on their processes. So, as amazing as it is, I guess it shouldn't be too surprising that they're very, very good spotting the patterns and the runouts. They probably have some of their own systems in place to make choices based on layout. Like standard choices that they like to play. These particular shots they look for. Ones they like to avoid. Yeah, maybe I'm giving them too much credit, but maybe not. If he can see enough of that 12, which it looks like he can to me, great idea to get rid of it now. 12, 10. Just trying to think, do you go for the 14 or I think off the 10, if you get the right angle, you want to go down there for the 15, 11. Start working those two because there are limited approaches on those two. They're not lined up as a dead. Oh, you're doing it right now. This is a unique situation with balls like this, right? If you just play this with top, because of the location of this ball, you're probably just going to drive it there. You might get your cue ball to come in here and get some separation. You have to consider the angle. So maybe he draws off of it, pushes the 11 straight to the rail and brings the cue ball this way. Might be a little easier to get separation and guarantee you're going to get a shot on it. You got to consider the speed. You don't want to bank that. That's a pretty standard way of going about an 8-ball rack is you pick the last ball before the 8 and then you work back through that problem. I was thinking more along the lines of, you know, once they start that process, if they get into situations where there's a little bit of a decision to be made, the factors that they think about are types of shots they like, angles, blocking balls, you know, but they're just faster at the process than we are. And better. Yeah, definitely a standard way of going about it, Tyler. I have to pick the brain of one of them. Maybe start watching them with an eye to observing how they do that. Spinning around the 2. The only thing Woody's really not happy with here is that he can't really cue the cue ball. He's got, you know, tight to the rail. He can really only put top on it. It's going well, sir. I'm just getting back into doing this, so we took about a year and a half off. Ever since the Lindsey Wilson Memorial there a couple years ago. I think coming straight with a little bit of top left, coming straight up. I was thinking more towards the 4. Just because if you hit that 4, if you hit it on the top side, you're going to have the 14. You hit it in the center, you'll still have the 14 or the 10. If you hit it on the bottom side of that 4, you're going to have the 10. Very tough to do the cue ball, though. Not a lot of room. Very easy to have it float forward like it did. Yeah, there's an interesting way to do this, and I've seen that done before. And it's not a good idea to try it, I don't think. But in some situations, and you're stuck with it, you could play the 14 on the side and jump over the 5. The 5's a little far away. So I think he's just going to, run into it. Was always likely going to head this way. He'd like to have a little bit more angle. He's fairly straight on this. He wants to get into here. Pretty sure that 8 goes by the 4. Yeah, I hope you're doing better. I saw that. You all recovered? That was a while ago, a little over a year ago, wasn't it? Hope things are good now. Now, not ideal, but at least you've got a decent shot at the 8. And it's good enough as Woody gets to 4. Table 2. Eli and Charlie. Tied at 3. Tight matches to start the day. Charlie with ball in hand to start this rack. My ball could slide past that 10. And it does. Oh, Charlie's off and running. May elect to play the 4 and just bump the 6 a little closer to the pocket. Or go across the table, take the 7, try and straighten up a bit. Well, hope you end up making a full recovery there, sir. Still has the 7, can leave the 8 to get shape, or leave the 6 to get shape on the 8. So. And may even leave the 1 to get shape on the 6. Play the 2, 3, 1, 6, 8. you do leave the 1 to get shape on the 6, I would try, if it's possible, I would try and play my cue ball so I have a little bit more angle or enough angle to go into the 14 and give it a bump. Just to get it out of the way and make sure I don't get stuck behind it on the 8. Wants it to come up just a bit more. That's perfect. Roll it forward. You get that little bit of angle you need. There it is. Now he's got angle to bump into the 14. This is going to ensure he doesn't get stuck behind it. Just like that. Pushes it out of the way. Dead straight on the 8. Charlie is going to be up 4. Table 3. Grant Goulet and Lito. I hope Lito's not shooting the 8. Did he call that 13 in there? We missed the call, so he's not leaving the table, so it looks like that was the plan. Wow, digging that out, that shot out from in the deep jaws of a pocket. Impressive. Oh. Sorry, Michael. I thought I was replying on the feed, but I guess I replied via Messenger. So. That's all right. Yeah. Just responding to a comment on Facebook, asking about a shot that he saw. Thought it was a foul. Or saw someone foul. Lito working his way through the rack. Looks like he's going to go around the 14. Nope, straight up in between them. Fooled me again. I should have known because, with Lito, he frequently aims at the top or at the bottom and then may adjust on the stroke as to exactly where he hits the ball. Oh. I'll have to look that up. Yep, sorry. Didn't see it. Lito on the hill. We'll stick here. He is on the hill. Coming in behind the 11. That's his only real problem ball. 12 ball poses some issues, but not a lot. He's got opportunities to get in behind there, either with the 14 or the 15. Would like to clear the 9 out of the way before. Mr. Mason, welcome back to the stream, sir. Good morning. Oh, is he going to get clear? Well, he'll have the 14. He may need to come out for the 15 or the 9. If he can get out for the 9 and somehow get across table. Gotta have the right angle on the 15 to get to the 12. Looks like he's putting some stuff on this. Oh, he's just clearing the way. Needs that 5 ball to get away from the 9. That is in a bad spot. I think that took the corner pocket away as well. Not sure what I did there. Just gonna work at cleaning some of this up here. Just need to clean that overlay up a bit. You saw I screwed it up. There we go. Put it back now. Something happens with that page once in a while. It kind of screws it up. And as it loads, it should change back to what it was. Okay, there you go. A little glitchy. We'll figure it out. Maybe we'll just leave that alone for a little while.
You were on my mind today for the first time in a long time, and I pulled out my phone and rang. I hope you don't mind, but hear your voice and I freeze. Hello, who is it you say to me? And I open my mouth to speak, saying I don't mean to call you out of the blue. This isn't something that I usually do, and you might not believe me, but I swear that it's true. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. And then we talk for hours, catching up on everything. We both changed in the best ways, and this could turn into anything. And as we wind down, you say it's nice to hear from you now, and I swear that you could hear me smile, saying I don't mean to call you out of the blue. This isn't something that I usually do, and you might not believe me, but I swear that it's true. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue.
Lito gets it done. 6-3. Dylan Wade still working on the first game? That can't be right. Maybe it is. Nick and Woody, 4-4. These guys are battling it out. Mental note, get this sorted out before I do this so that I'm not messing it up every time. I think that's going to work well enough. We'll just leave it at that. I know I'm screwing this up. I'll stop fiddling with the camera. There we go. Okay, that should be the last of that. At least they're all nice and neat on the bottom now. Is that actually the case? No, I think they just stepped away from the table for a second. And I was just paying attention to other things and hadn't noticed the lack of activity. So, regardless, back to Charlie and Eli. Simon defeated Marv. Lito defeated Grant. That'll bring Tim Lazard and Kush Zoting up. On to the B side. Ooh, Charlie tucking that cue ball in tight. That is going to be a difficult hit. I don't think there's any way you get a cue ball in between that 8 and that 5, and I don't want to be the judge. He's going to try and feed it in there. I'd be calling a rough. Did he get a rail in there? Watch to see if we can see whether that cue ball hits the rail a second time or not. I'm not sure. Oh man, have I been muted this whole time? First thing I have to look up there. Oh. Oh man. Okay, so after this stream, the first problem I solve is how to have an on-air or a mic live button on my production. Charlie, being careful. Not giving anything away. Eli's got a... Yeah, I keep the music going in the background. I thought it, like I had it on all yesterday, but I try and keep it really low because it's just meant to take up that dead air. But if it's a little low, I can still turn it up. Even though it's not the greatest music, it is all supposed to be royalty-free, downloaded from Facebook. I should probably update that playlist. Make another note of that. I got 2 pages of notes of things to fix here. One of the ways to figure out a 2-rail kick is you find the midway spot between your ball and the object ball. You draw a line to the pocket. And then, just like he's done there, is you then parallel shift to your cue ball. And that should get you where you need to be to hit that 5. Worked out well there. Eli just trying to move that 10 ball away from the 8 so that if Charlie has to break it out, he's got some work to do. All right, well, we're going to move along to table number 3. Kush and Tim. I suppose we should go back and see how that battle ends up. Charlie does break the 8 out, but I'm not sure he got that 5 ball off the rail far enough that it goes down to the bottom left corner pocket. Still work to be done. Five ball is not Charlie's favorite ball right now. Matter of fact, I think if he could slap it, he would. You take the 12, bounce out, sorry, right? Just make sure you put a little left on it so you come straight out. Go around the 13, and then the 15. He's going to take combination. He's playing safe. He's going to make Eli clear the 5 out of the way. I did not expect a safe. Now Eli trying to kick one rail at it. I mean, if Charlie's really not wanting that 5 ball there, then I barely want to hit it. This two rail kick. So you see he's almost on a diamond. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5 diamonds. You go up 2.5 diamonds. Roughly about there. Draw a line to the pocket. Now, I wish I could pick that line up and chain and move it. But then you basically take your same line, and I'm going to mark that spot. If he's aiming towards that spot, he should go 2 rails and kick the 5. And coming in on that 5, he could hook him back. If you play the weight right, it's a touchy shot. This parallel shift almost makes 2 rail kicks easier than one rail kick. Just get the speed right, Eli. That's good. Oh, but he was a little long. He was a little long. He hit here as opposed to there. Easier for me because I get to draw it on the screen, so you know what, I mean, we'll cut him some slack. Much harder to judge in place. I would really like to know. Okay, so this is rack number 8. I'm gonna make some notes. I think if you try and jump this, you're jumping too far. My drawing isn't showing on the screen? Oh, seems to be. Yeah. What? That is so weird. It's showing on my output, so I'm not sure why it's not showing up there. These were showing earlier. Well, that's weird. When we get to the stopping and restarting point, I will see if I can restart my whole system here and have that come back up. I'm sure it's another just another item I've messed up somehow, but oh, there we go. Really? And here I was worried I was drawing all over everything and annoying people. Alright, well, that's a problem for another day. I'll stop trying to telestrate then. Maybe we change the order. Huh. All right. Well, in the end, Charlie takes that one 5-3. We're going to head over to table 1 and watch the end of Nick and Woody. Nick's at the table on the 6, drawing up for shape on the 8. Doesn't have a lot of angles, so... Matter of fact, he's kind of drawing right at the 8. Should still be able to make this work. Still as a rock. Okay, well, Nick gets it done. 6-4. Nick will advance to the stage 2. Woody will still have one more battle. Hey, there it is. I think I figured it out. All right, so we have a telestrator back. That took a while. Okay. Yep, it was on a setting I barely understand. Eli walking the table. If you watch players when they walk around the table after the break, if you want to see how someone's feeling, watch their walk. If they're walking cautiously around the table and they're maybe a little tentative, they're not feeling confident, but then there's this look that some guys get as they walk around the table like they're hunting it. Yeah, don't try and play too aggressive against those guys, because they're usually in the zone or playing really, really well, and they're not paying attention too much about what's going on around them because they're so zoned in on the rack. He's trying to break the 6 out, then I think he's going about it with 2 rails here. Coming into the 1, and then 2 rails with spin to get over there. There we go. Little arrows on the screen. Love it. Well, he's moved a 2 over there to deal with the 6. Got to be deliberate. At this stage of the game, after working this hard, you do not want to make a mistake based on carelessness. On the A side, advancing to the next round, so far we have Nick Kruger. We'll have the winner of this match. We have Lito Atendido and Simon Pickering. Battling on the B side right now are Bill Parsons and Wade Whitkey. Wade leading 3-1. Tim Lazard leading Utkarsh Zoting 2-0. And just about to start, Gary Sankey and Arnaldo and Fiesta. Running a little bit behind here on this match. Eli and Charlie are sitting at 2 hours and 15 minutes. not quite chugging along as quickly as we experienced yesterday. Doesn't want to be dead straight on that 2. And he's actually got angle. He does have angle. Does he have enough to get over for the 2 and give it a little bump without setting it on the 9? Does he just want to play it off the 9 in the corner? Yep, we're gonna check out table 3. We'll keep you updated on this table. Tim trying to cut that 2 ball in the side pocket. It's a tight angle. He doesn't like it. The problem is I'm not sure there's anything that's much better. With the 2 high balls over the pockets, there's not a lot of opportunity to play safe here. There's nothing easy. There's no little ticky-tack safety that you can play to stay in control. We're going to skip over to table 4 while he figures this out, because Wade and Bill. Wade's on the hill. Bill has a bit of a tricky table here. Oh, there's a foul. Cue ball rolled off. Push says it rolled off and hit the 5. Sometimes these tables develop rolls. Diamonds do have a unique leveling system that allows them to correct a little bit. Not sure how it works. I'm not a table installer, and I have no desire to be one. That is hard work. I've reclothed a few tables, and if I never recloth another one, that'll be just fine by me. All right, Bill hanging this 7 ball in that corner pocket's gonna bring Wade up. He's got a bit of a puzzle to work with. Starting with the 13, but no real way to break anything out. Might just try and come across the table over to here and get some angle on that 15 so that you can move the cue ball a little bit. Not exactly where he was hoping to be. Playing the 9-15 combination will move the 3. Eli about to take a jump shot at the 8 ball. Nope, Auto and over. Go back to Wade. Makes the 10. Adjusts the 9 and the 15. You know, you might... you're kind of stuck taking one of those. You don't have anything over there with the 12, 14, 11. I think that's the 12. But can you develop something? Does he have enough angle to draw off this and spin around? That looked like it rolled out. That looked like it was good and possibly rolled out. Still trucking along. Bill with some work to do. He can start with that 7, but doesn't really lead anywhere. Doesn't want to move that 6. That opens up too many possibilities for Wade if he gets back to the table. Is he trying the 3 onto the 7? Nope. Well, now he could be on the 6. But again, it doesn't really lead anywhere. I don't mind just pushing that 3 ball to the rail. Let Wade come back to the table. But if you move that 6, you're kind of committed to getting out, and I don't see a plan for the 3-4. You don't want to be the guy that makes the big change that doesn't work out. But that's the big change that did work out. Broke out the 8, broke out all of his balls. Got the 11 ball to start with. Could work with the 15, but I like the 11. If he's got the right angle, he could go after the 12, but he doesn't. Gets a little closer to the 15. He's going to walk down, take a look at that 12, see where he needs to be. Oh, that's a tight position there. Might be better to, yeah, like he indicated there. Looks like he's going to try and play for shape on the 14. He may try for the 12, but play it light in case it doesn't get there, and then he can still use the 14. Yeah, that's fine. He'll take the 14, come across with a little bit of top right. I bet you, since my overlays weren't working, this one probably didn't work either yesterday, even though it was popping up. And just play this with just a little bit of right-hand spin. Oop. Ah, all right, yep. Tough to make that draw back frozen to the rail like that. One to two rails on the 5 ball. Oh. Five. So Wade takes that one. We'll head over to table 3. Charlie's on the hill. So they're still battling it out. They got at least one more game to go, possibly 2. But Tim rolling along. He's on the hill. We'll check in with Gary Sankey and Arnaldo and Fiesta as well. Tom Joyce and Jake Dosh just getting started. A little bit behind, but hopefully we can pick up the time. Wade's the one waiting for the loser of that match between Charlie and Eli. Tim sitting at 4. Gary's just taken 1 to get on the board. The winner of that match will face Marv Joe for a chance to get into the final 8. I want to watch this one to see who comes through, and then I'm going to take a little bit of a break. I'll leave it going so you can see everything that's happening. On which table? Which table do you want me to leave it on? After Charlie and Eli get done, it's going to be Wade and that winner, or loser, the loser of that match of Wade Woodkey. Hey, Kush trying to get on the board. Got a mountain to climb. Needs to move that 15 out of the way with this shot. If he does, he's going to have push that 5 ball right in the road. There's always a little bit of luck there. Just gonna play safe. Try not to leave Tim anything, but also don't leave him something to defend with. Having that 5 ball out of the way takes a lot of options away from Tim as far as playing defense. And he's going to do something with the 7 ball now. I have no idea what, but something. May try and cut it in the side, but that's a crazy thin cut. Cue ball's going to go flying. He is going to give it a go. Off the horn, he didn't miss that by much. Wow. Okay, Kush. Here you go, sir. You got a good starting ball, and you work it through. That may not have worked out. I'm not sure. Can he still see the 10? He might. If he can see the 10, he's okay. We had 20 players over 600 start the tournament. We have 16 left, of which 3 are below 600. Is that right? Yes, sir. That's right. I looked away. But did he call that? He must have. Yeah, called shot, bank combination. And then he just drills it. Perfectly. Wow. That'll make the highlight reel. First one today, Tim. First highlight reel today. Been some nice shots, but there hasn't been a bank combo. I'll take a look at that in just a second there, Amy. I think that might be on your end there, Jason. It seems to be working fine on my stream. I'm looking at it on I'm looking at it like I've got the stream running on another computer, and it seems to be going fine. Try refreshing your browser, Jason, or are you on Wi-Fi where you're at? Is anybody else having issues? Oh, and Tim with a close call. It's still 5-4, Charlie. I think Charlie's at the table. They're playing a real thinking game, and it's taking taken a bit longer than they anticipated. I think overall they're at 2.5 hours for this match. Yeah, 2.5 hours for their match in an hour and a half allotted. So, been a bit of a challenging match. Charlie's on the hill, and after this rack, we'll head back there and see what they're doing. No one's at the table right now, so. Or at least if they are, they're off screen. Push with a nice bank there. To get on the board, push with one. We'll go check out Charlie and Eli, but I don't think there's much happening there. Charlie's down to the 2 high balls. Bank corner for Charlie, or he can cut it in. Bank corner allows him to have a pretty simple progression to the 8. Makes the shot harder though, obviously. Cutting it in is going to let the cue ball run, not guaranteed to control it. One for the bank. If he wants that cue ball to travel to the right, he's going to have to hit this fairly hard to shorten that 9 ball up. Oh, he's under hit it. Seemed to pull that stroke at the last second. he can hold the cue ball there off the 3, right? 3 in the corner. Hold the cue ball here. You could float the cue ball off the 7 for the 4 in the side. Right, your cue ball's out there. The 4 ball doesn't have to be a problem. Don't make it a bigger issue than it is. Charlie with the long bank. This one will have enough pace to go. Unless he's just going to play safe. I can't imagine he's playing safe. And he's got to look at the 8. So to close out this match, this 8 ball for Charlie Brown, Eli will go to the B side. Charlie will advance to stage 1. Stage 2, sorry. Stage 2. Crazy little bit of work going on there. There it is. Charlie defeats Eli 6-4. Tim and Kush. Tim sitting on the hill, but it's Kush at the table. Jake Dosh took the first rack versus Tom Joyce. He leads 1-0. There's an update on table 1 as I see Gary is racking. That just tells me it's his turn to break. They haven't updated the score yet. See if we get an update there in the next couple seconds. Well, there's an open table. Open table for Tim. And Gary letting the cue ball loose. He's blown it off the table. And Arnaldo will step up with an open rack. Sorry, watching the preview, just seeing if they update the score on there. Tim, however, walking around, has a wide open table, just needs to keep the cue ball under control. Don't let it get tight to another ball like that. He was hoping it would hold up for the 2. Still has the 5 or the 7. I think I like the 7 better. So does Tim. He's laying into it. Finds the back of the pocket. And now he's on the 2. The good news about taking the 2 is you can kind of play it a 2-way. The 2 ball into the corner. Your cue ball can go 2 rails out here. Depending on where it stops, anywhere in this zone, you'll have an option. He's elected to go with the 5. And changed his mind. Might go with the 2 now. Needed to avoid that 13. Should have enough angle he can get that cue ball into here, though. Oh, didn't quite get the 5 to drop. Rattled in that upper corner pocket. Wade Woodkey and Eli Yarwood starting off our last 11 o'clock match. Or 10 o'clock match? Hold on, let me check. Our 10:30 start match. Nope. They're at the 12 o'clock. So we're picking up the pace. We're 15 minutes early. Some of these other matches may be a little longer. Kush trying to extend his match. They're only a little over an hour into it. Gary and Arnaldo are 30 minutes into theirs. But I'm pretty sure there's a result on their second game that they just haven't marked up. Jake got game number 2. And for those of you watching, I am recording all 4 tables. So if you don't make it onto the stream, your match will be posted later. I'll try and cut it up so it's just your match. It should be labeled with your name. And you can watch it later. Without commentary, it won't have the scorecard up on the top. I still have to figure out how to record that. Figure it out. There it is. This is going to give Tim the win. He'll move forward. And we'll be playing Woody Nielsen right away. That match is supposed to start in 10 minutes. In the meantime, we'll head over. There it is. Now I see the score updated on Gary's. Borcardi leads Arnaldo and Fiesta 3-1. I'm going to take a short break. I'll be back in a few minutes. We'll leave it on this view. It won't be long. All right. I'll be popping in or out intermittently here as I make lunch. It is that time of day. That would explain why nobody saw why when I was driving away yesterday I didn't see my little commentary pause note like this. I had this on. But, oh, sure. Now there's no note. I'll take a look at the title editor. Yeah. There we go. Gary's going to come out just fine onto that 13 ball. Wants to be just past the head spot, so right about there. Well, nope, hold on. That's a bad idea. Let's see. Well, you got to make sure you don't inhibit your bridge hand with 3. Just having that 4 ball there creates a little bit of difficulty for him. Wants that to go a little bit. We'll need to draw the cue ball off the 8 now. And that puts Gary through. We're going to pop over and see how Tom Joyce and Jake Dosh are doing. Jake at the table. Clearly open table as he uses a high ball to make the 6. Establishing low ball. Moving through the rack now. Gary's going to be playing right away with Marv Joe. I think that completes the start of all of our... Nope. We just have this one last... This match here is the last match in the first round of the B-side today. And they're zipping along, so we should catch up pretty quickly here. The winner will face Grant Goulet. That was supposed to start at noon, but that's okay. We're plugging along. We'll get there shortly. Can't continue until these 4 matches are done because I believe they're going to do a redraw and it will be single elimination but race to 8 moving forward. Oh, sorry. The first 3 matches, Tom Joyce, Jake Dosh, the winner will face Grant Goulet. And then we can't continue forward until that match is done. But that's okay. These guys move at a pretty good pace. We should be okay. Jake lightly doesn't need to disturb that 12. If he does disturb it, bump it out into the center. Hope it doesn't impede anything. You know what? I don't mind. Now, how do you get onto the 8 from here? You obviously want to come in somewhere between the 9 and 14 so you can play it in that top corner pocket. But do you use the 1 as your last ball, or would you rather use the 7 or the 4? I guess the 1 would be the one I was most comfortable with, but Jake is going another route here. 2 rails and out for the 7, or just 1 rail up for the 4. Looks like he's putting a little bit of top left on it. 2 rails out for the 7. So either stay in this area here, well, maybe a little further over, right? Because you want to come into this rail and across, or you want to come straight off of it and over. So he's elected this. He's going to have to cut it a little bit, which is fine, but he's got to get that cue ball to drift over here. So just a little bit of draw. You could run forward with top left and spin around it, but I think that's risky. Just needs to clear that 14. I think he's okay. That was the only danger. And if your only danger is just like one little spot where you could actually get screwed up there, you know, you're still high percentage chance to get through it. So 8, top corner pocket. This will be his 3rd in a row because Tom got up 2. Oh, that's into the end rail. Tom, out of his chair. Wants to turn this around. Take the lead. I'm going to leave it here for a bit. I'll be back. Gotta go feed the little one.
In the ash heap of people's minds, just be on time. Cash in the envelope and got a plan. 6 white horses in my hand. Acid
Okay, back with you. Kid has been fed. Cat disapproved of everything I was doing. All is right with the world. Jake had a great opportunity to get to the hill. Just missed that 8-ball, and now Tom looks like he's going to be the first one to reach 4. Oh, rattles it, gives it up. Jake is going to be the first one to get to the hill. Wow. I'm going to stick with this match till it ends just because we've been watching so much of it already. Doesn't make sense to switch now. We can follow along with the scores on the other tables anyway. Breaking in rack number 8 will be Mr. Jake Dosh from just across the line. Thank you for making the trip up here, sir. I appreciate having you guys make an effort to come on up and cross-pollinate the Fargos. I don't think anything went down. The 4-ball thought about it and then got scared of falling, I guess. I'm taking low. Had a good opportunity to get that 4 out of the way and clear that 7-ball off the rail. Now his only real issue here is that 6-ball. Can he do anything with it? He's thinking about the bank. You saw him point towards that corner. Gonna try and come off the 1. If he draws it, he's going for the 5. If he goes forward, he's going for the 2. Yes, he didn't. I don't think he expected to come off that quick. Damn, template wrapping around his fingers. Yeah. I'm surprised he didn't just give it a big shake to get rid of it. You know, I don't mind leaving that 13 for the end. Clean up the 10, the 14, 15, the 10, the 12, the 11. Leave that 13 for last. You can have that 8 ball on the side. Or you can work the problem now. Get rid of the 13 after the 14. The 11, 10, 15 are all tic-tac-toe. But if you're going to do that, I think you need to get rid of this 13 first. The question is the transition from the 15 to the 12. It's not dead simple. Like it is for the 11 to the 10 to the 15. It's like stop, 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 right? Like you're done. I like it. Take the 12 now. Nope. His plan is to go for the 10. I think you take the 12 now and you just come back to where you are for the 10. Then you do the 10, 15, come one rail towards the 13. So 12 in the corner, back out to where you are. 10 in the corner, bring the cue ball to here and play the 15 in and up and over. It's just that easy. Wrong button. Ah, there we go. Yeah, I was hitting the wrong button. Little far for the 10. Should be able to go to the rail and back out to hold it for the 15. Have a little bit of spin on it. Because you're going to come off it here and then check it back. Whatever you do, take your time. Be 100% committed in your head. And let it go. It's a little thinner than he'd like, but it should still work. There it is, Wade Woodkey taking out Eli Yarwood, 5-1. Just wanted to get that last 8 ball in there. Hadn't really followed much of their match. So with that, I believe Wade has advanced to stage 2. Is he banking it or cutting it? If he banks it, he could run into the 2 and hold the cue ball on that line. You're going to accept a longer shot on the 13. If you cut it, you do run the risk of overrunning the cue ball. I'm not sure what the plan is here. I can't tell exactly how he's aiming. He's thinning it. Oh. I'll be honest with you, that was actually really, really good at killing the cue ball. And now Tom's going to take that ball away and leave Jake in a little tough. You know, it might be easier to hit this 13 ball with that parallel shift, think the 8 ball and the 3 ball might be in the road going the 2 rail kick. So if Jake can squeeze that cue ball between the 6 and the rail, he'll hit the 13, but I think the best he'll do is push it towards the 3. You could kick at it this way. So you find your midpoint between the 13 and the cue ball. Enter the pocket. And then parallel shift it. And that should line up. You could even go for it here. The more I watch that parallel shift in action, the more I'm excited to start using it. Simply because I think you can be aggressive enough to make the 13. Well, Jake might have enough room to get the cue ball between there and cut the 13 in. Rail first, kick it in. And watch the cue ball. I'm not sure there's enough room to get the cue ball through between there. I am not convinced. But Jake has a better viewpoint. He can get a lot closer to it than I can. Oh, look at this. Oh my gosh. What a shot. How that stayed out. I'm going to watch that again. Just almost made the 8 as well. I was focused on the 13. I didn't see that. So Tom took his 2 ball out of that top right corner. And he's hung the 6. He missed the combination. Jake with a fantastic opportunity to move forward. He'll still have to play Grant Goulet for an opportunity to make it to stage 2, but unfortunate for Tom. Jake is stretching. Anytime you stretch, weird things happen. He's played that well. Sometimes it can be difficult to control the cue ball, bringing it out of a corner pocket or like deep out of a ball that's deep in the pocket like that. You just don't get those little angles you can judge cleanly. There it is. Jake Dosh getting it done. We're going to head over to table 1 and check out Gary Sankey versus Marv Joe. Gary with the 7 all the way down the rail. That's in clean. Everything's open here. Just can he get the cue ball to do what he wants it to do to make it through the rack? Just checking to see who's left. Got 11 players left, I believe. Gary picking his way through the rack. Wants to shoot the 2 and bring that cue ball right back where it is right now. Well, maybe a little closer to the corner pocket like he's indicating. But even if it's right where it is right now, that'll be fine. Nadeem, you have to watch the Facebook pages for the poster announcements. Those are usually put on in the Greater Vancouver Pool Forum and quite a few different groups. The Keno Hustlers Vancouver Facebook page, Slow Roller Room, Fraser Valley Pool Action. There's quite a few to be involved in, and they get posted around. And you have to sign up usually 2, 3, 4 weeks in advance. They sometimes have spots up to the week before, the day before, but not as often as you might think. But yeah, you have to sign up early. Check and see who is organizing the tournament. Gary Sankey, later in the tournament, is starting to find his groove. Takes a 4-0 lead over Marv Joe. He's on the hill. Over to table 3 with Tim Lazard and Woody Nielsen. Tim also on the hill, but Woody's at the table. No problem, sir. I'll try and keep up with the tournaments that are going on as well and repost them to my page. You can follow that as well. If you follow rather than add friend, it seems to work better for the notifications as to when the stream is going live and what's on tap. So just follow the Kickin' Billiards Facebook page. Woody's in a little tough here. You can still see the 1, but he could cut the 5. He has low ball, right? I think I just saw him make a low ball. My bad. He's highball. That makes things a lot easier. Also explains the previous positioning. Woody into the 14, clears it so he can make it. Not sure what he can do with the 10. Thanks for the follow, Nadeem. Much appreciated. Don't have anything booked coming up. I know I'm playing in the U600 PHV tournament at Q1 on March 28th. I think that's full. Are you kidding me? Getting around that? All the way around the table. Gets shape on the 10. Oh, sorry. He already shot the 10. But he's missed it. My bad. I should have got back there quicker. Hey, I'm learning. Him trying to draw off that. Gonna get a shot at the 5. He is. Pretty straight on it though. Maybe he can get to the rail and come out. I think he's got enough angle to do that. There you go. Take the 3, come across for the 2. Him shooting solid. Whoa, 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 whoa. That'll work. That will work. And Gary Sankey just defeated Marv Joe 5-0. He's through to stage 2. Oh, it's just a cross draw. So they're not redrawing for stage 2. It's just, you know, the top 4 get 1, 2, 3, 4 from the A side, and then the B side 4 get 1, 2, 3, or 2. 1, 3, 5, 7 from the A side, and then 2, 4, 6, 8 from the B side. Tim moves on. We have 1 match left before we can start stage 2. Wait a minute. Looks like we have 2. Nope, that just hasn't been updated yet. So Tim is going to face Charlie Brown in round 1 of stage 2. That'll be race to 8. So these are going to be a little bit longer matches. Just one player left under 600. And that would be Mr. Jake Dosh. I wonder if we can go back and do an analysis of how he's playing. Let me see if I can do that. Hold on. Let me look up the... I got this thing here. I got this thing. We can check the thing. The thing. Oh, the tournament performance analyzer. Where would that be? Where did I put that? Yeah, here we go. Let's see, I looked this up, and then I have to enter his scores. So if we go back to stage 1, and we'll follow Jake Dosh all the way through.
Hear your voice and I freeze. Hello, who is it you say to me? And I open my mouth to speak, saying I don't mean to call you out of the blue. This isn't something that I usually do, and you might not believe me, but I swear that it's true. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. And then we talked for hours, catching up.
Give me a minute here. It'll take me a minute to punch in.
Changed in the best ways, and this could turn into anything. And as we wind down, you say it's nice to hear from you now, and I swear that you could hear me smile, saying I don't mean to call you out of the blue. This isn't something that I usually do, and you might not believe me, but I swear that it's true. Oh, I used to be
Just take me a minute to punch
sad,
this
but now
in.
I'm out of the blue. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue.
And then he had a fourth and D2 3. So far, even though he lost his first match, he did have a forfeit in there, so I'm not counting the forfeit. But Jake has been shooting at a 654.7 Fargo today. That's fairly good between yesterday and today, based on the result of
you might not believe me, but I swear that it's true. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out
his
of
game,
the blue. Oh,
based on his result.
sad, but now I'm out of the blue.
Now, if we do that for Grant, so Grant's been shooting at a 664 so far. So fairly close. It was 646 for Jake, so both fellas shooting higher in their normal range. Always good. I think they're taking a quick break here. I'm going to swap over to table 4. Nah, he's just back. Just saw somebody playing on it. Oh, no, there's Jake. I may have to install my PTZ camera over there so I can adjust it. I can sweep it around the room, zoom in for close shots. They may start stage 2 without him just to keep rolling. But they're not scheduled to start for another half an hour. So we'll see how far along we get in this match. It's only a race to 5, so it'd be fairly quick. It'd be a little tight to complete a race to 5 in half an hour, even if you won all 5 games, but it can be done. I'm going to let this play, seeing as how there isn't anything else to watch. I don't have to cycle through, and I'll be back in a bit. I just have a few things that I have to get done around the house. You know, laundry, dishes, that stuff, right? So anyway, I'll be back.
Fearful lies from shifting eyes, too quick to overanalyze. I bet it comes as no surprise. Clever lines dressed in disguise, leaving without saying goodbye. I hope you cut me down to size. I wanna be everything you want and so much more, but I lie awake and wonder if I'll ever be the one. So I try to do anything I can to calm the storm, but I'm deafened by the thunder and I'm terrified of what I can't ignore. I can't ignore. I can't
I got back sooner than I thought. So we're ready to go again. Those 3 matches on stage 2. Probably going to start shortly. Let me see if I can bring up that stage 2 bracket. Grant working towards the end of this rack. You know, you sit here and you look at these from this perspective and you're like, yeah, Grant's got this. But, you know, your own history is like, yeah, you can miss these. Grant will miss them less often than I do. And there you go. He's at 3-2. This is what our stage 2 draw looks like so far. Nick Kruger will get the winner of this match. Charlie Brown's going to play Gary Sankey. Lito Attendito will be playing Wade Whitkey. Simon Pickering will take on Tim Lazard. It's been rolling along really well. This is the event that you are watching. The Farm 8-Ball Open been yesterday and today. We've had a total of 32 players. That sold out a while ago. They're playing on 7-foot diamonds. The first stage was double elimination, race to 6 on the A side, race to 5 on the B side. Alternating break. Templates are allowed. BCA rules. The draw is on Digital Pool. Sponsors for the event were, of course, our hosts, The Farm and the Bradsons. High Point Construction, Radford Billiards. Streamed by Kickin' Billiards, Timey Roofing, The Slow Roller Room, and the Booyah Angel. There's a lot of streaming over there. She used to. I'm not sure if she still does, but I think she does. Excuse me. Just when you think you got that cold beat, it starts to wiggle its way back in. I have to stop and start again, don't I? Now that I think about it. Maybe not. Hold on. How long have we been going? We started at 9 a.m. Oh, we're only 4.5. Yeah, we'll go through the first round of that second stage, and then we'll restart the stream. Just I expect those races to take longer, being races to 8. So we'll probably be 2.25 hours on those. Yeah, they're allowing 2 hours per stream. Last stream starts at 5:30. I had the payout. Let's see if I can find them again. That 11 ball's just gotten in the road of that stick. Jake's been able to figure these out. And he may be able to just wobble that in off that horn. A tight one though. Jake, just checking to see if that one ball will slide into that side pocket. I think it does, and I think if you can take it now, you take it now. Jake at 590 is the only one under 600 that has a chance to make it into the final 8. Grant trying to hold him off. Jake's been shooting real well today. I think if we did his I did his tournament's performance average, and he was at 646, I think it was, and Grant was shooting at a 664 level. Little off angle, little angle running away from the 12, but there's not a lot of obstructions. So he can pretty much get it anywhere he likes to. Grant doesn't like the angle. He's going to do a little walking around to seeing if he can figure this out. On a side note, there are the payouts. First place, 2,000. Second place, 950. And then they're paying out to 8. I could have those wrong, but I think that's what they said they were paying out. I'm waiting for confirmation. If so, I'll adjust those, but as far as I know, that's what it is.
There There's a force that can't be hidden inside of me. Try and tame it, and you will.
A little tough on the 15.
You'd be better off if you would just exhale.
3/4 length shot.
And try to shut out a woman like me, but in time, no doubt you'll wake up and see I go to your head like a good book that you read.
He's rolled it in, bumped the 8, landed perfect. This is going to even the match, folks. It's now a race to 2. I think I've got somebody in there that isn't supposed to be in there. Oh, no, that's right. We're whittling them down. Just Simon Pickering, Nick Kruger, Lito Ascendido, Charlie Brown, Grant Goulet, Gary Sankey, Wade Woodkey, Tim Lazard, and Jake Dosh left. One more will be eliminated after this match. We'll get to our final 8. It will change to single knockout. And we will be rolling. You're not going to start stage 2 until this match catches up, so we may be a half hour or so late in starting. That's okay. We've got plenty of time today. We're still scheduled to start the final at 5:30. I suspect that will be closer to 6 or 6:30. Still done by 8. I think the tournament, I won't be too surprised if the tournament is done by 8:30. Which for a 2-day event, 32 players, yeah, that's all right. It was a long first day. Grant, open table. No real problems. Just need to get started. Eyeball. You know, the only reason I don't like highball is where the 8 is. Low ball, you're going to clean the rest of that out. But it is able to start easier. So let's see what he can do with it. In an ideal world, you'll finish a table from one end to the other, carefully moving around so you don't have to move the cue ball too much. Grant can reach this 13, and then this end of the table is finished. Is he going to come far enough for the 15? He's going to be perfect on the 15. I don't mind leaving the 9. That 8 ball does go to either corner on the left. So if you're going to play short side, you can get in there that way. I also don't mind taking it early. He's looking at playing the 8 off the 2. I don't like that. I mean, if you have to, you have to. But you have 2 corner pockets on the other side with plenty of room to play shape for them. Especially this corner pocket off the 9. Right? It might be long, but at least it's not a carom. Does the 14 go? I can't see. Does it go to the bottom right corner? It might squeeze by there. I think the 2's in the road. I think the 12 or the 9 are your setup balls for the 8, but there's other ways to play it. Now it's likely going to be his 9 as he shoots the 14 in the top left corner pocket. If he's got angle, he'll slide over for the 11 now. But he's looking pretty straight. He might be able to slide over. Looks like he has a little bit of angle. He didn't have very much. He had to punch that 14 in, but he's done a beautiful job of controlling the cue ball and leaving the 11. It can happen sometimes where you start getting into your head that you want a ball to go in a certain pocket and you kind of forget that you have other pockets on the table. I'll do that. Well, if you're feeling froggy, you can make that 15 in the side, run down into the 8, push the 8 to the end rail. I don't recommend it. Might also bump the 6 out of the way. Okay, but now do you have angle to draw off that 9 and get above that 8? I'm just going to try it. He's got a cuttable angle there. Looks like the 7 will help protect him from the side pocket, but it's going to be close. Gonna roll it in. Got to be careful with your speed here. You don't want to go off the 7 and scratch in that bottom left corner. Should be okay though. Drives the cue ball into the 7. No danger of scratching at all. Makes a nice cut on the 8. Grant. First one on the hill. Jake, knowing it could have been him, that last rack was almost his. Jake to break, rack number 8. He's hoping to force a 9th rack. Jake with a good break. The 5 ball fails to drop. That's wide open. Oh. I see that the mic is... I'm wearing another headset trying to listen to the audio to make sure it sounds good, and the audio is getting picked up by the mic again, so I'll back that off. Or is that reverb? That's sounding okay here. Okay. Let's see if that changed anything. Sounds a little different. Grant, advancing to stage 2. Just so you see, this is our draw. These are our final 8 competitors. Nice run by Jake. Just barely falling short. They should be calling these matches soon. On table 1 will be Simon Pickering and Tim Lazard. On table 2 should be Nick Kruger and Grant Goulet. Table 3, Lito Attendido versus Wade Woodkey. And on table 4, Gary Sankey and Charlie Brown. Simon and Tim gonna go at it here shortly, if they haven't already started. No, I don't think Simon would be that casual. Just warming up, getting a feel for how the ball rolls. Stage 2. This is a race to 8 vote. So these matches are going to take a little longer. Looks like everybody's gearing up to start. Coming to you live from the farm in Mission, sponsored by the Bradsons. The Slow Roller Room, Angel Silvera, and of Booyah streaming. And trying to remember that poster that had it in the corner. Andy Kloss of High Point Construction. Jeff and Chandra Radford of Radford Billiard Supplies. Timey Roofing. And streamed by yours truly, Chicken Billiard. Looks like Simon's still waiting for his partner. Nick and Grant are lagging. Grant takes the lag there. Leto and Wade just about to get underway. They're all racked up and ready. And Charlie and Gary also gonna go at it. It looks like Charlie and Gary are the first ones ready to go. With Charlie to break. Rack number 1. Race to 8. Cue ball getting kicked around. I didn't see anything drop, but maybe I missed it. Nope. Everything's still on the table. Gary steps up to knock him down. $13 in the side is the easiest starting ball. But not necessarily the best suit to take. I think there's room for the 2 ball to slide past the 10 in the corner, but he doesn't really have a low ball he can start with. He has the 5, long 5 to the right hand corner pocket. But he's going to start with 13 in the side. Gets the cue ball to hold up. Should be able to pocket this 11, run in, kick the 14, move the 12, and get a start on those 2. $14 gets back in the road, but Gary has an escape ball up there with the 10. Fairly straight. There's not much he can do with it. Might just be able to bounce out and shoot the 9. Good run forward. Looks like he's drawn back. Just playing for the bank. Audio still good, everybody? As I say that, rapid fire. Needs that cue ball to hold up for the 9. Just get the cue ball on the other side of the 4. And he should be good for the 12. Gets it through. Gets it through. You can see the 12 now. And he moved cleanly through that cluster to get back on that 14. He may end up on the other side of the 8. Gotta be careful. Speed is everything here. Oh, he's playing the carom. Didn't get it to go. Charlie will come to the table. He's got the 5 ball to start with. Gary didn't do Charlie any favors hogging that pocket. Charlie does have a couple of options here. That was a heck of an effort, but not quite able to clear the pocket. He is on the working side of those other two balls, though. Maybe he could make something happen. I think he's thinking about thinning the 7, making the 12, and trying to hide the cue ball behind the 7 so that Gary can't get at the 14. The problem is if he does get behind the 7, he could still have a jump shot. Nice slow roll. And he's left the jump shot. Gary is most likely, well, I don't believe he can see it past that 7. Yeah, he's lining up with a jacked up cue. He's lining up like he's going airborne. He doesn't have his full cue. He's got his jump cue with him, right? He knew he was going to jump. Oh, he massaged it around and hung it. Wow. Wow. Great effort. All other matches started. Simon leading 1-0. Nick taking the first rack, and Lito also taking the first rack. Taking his time. You can either try and drive it through the 14 or you play for the bank. Either way, you're rolling to pretty close to the same spot. If you want to bank it, you're rolling a little farther. Now for this, Charlie's going to try and slide it past. He wants both of them to drop. because he's going to try and come back out to roughly between his hand and the head spot. He's going to roughly try and bring the cue ball to here. Gary will likely call it in that corner and just cut it in. He may bank it, but I can't see. No, he went for the bank, and it's gone a little long. Either way, a miss was going to give the rack to Charlie. So Tim takes one back. Grant gets one back. Charlie takes down rack number one. We'll switch it over to Tim and Simon. I was going to say the 7 ball's a little funky, but he's in on it now. You can cut this into the side, use the 11 to stop it, although you might glance off it and go in behind the 13-ish. Nope. He was able to hit it full enough. Taking the 6. You want to take the 2 next as well. But now that 11 looks like it blocks like half the pocket on the 8. This might be a bit of a funny angle to get down for the 8. Good grief. That was some pretty nice shape on the 8 there, Simon. Well done. Table number 2, Nick and Grant, with Grant at the table. Grant's got the 9 and the 13 left. Get on the 8. 8 ball looks like it goes past the 4 to the bottom right corner. Definitely goes to the left bottom corner, top left corner, and the top side pocket. So has some options. A little bit of difficulty with an approach, but should be okay. You can see he's trying to get in there. Elected to go one rail, and it turned out beautiful. The side pocket to take a 2-1 lead. And there it is. So on to table 3. Wade picking his way around the table. Got a few options. Got a nice little path there. That 11 ball should be okay. You should be able to clean that up off the 9. Not an easy rack, but it is doable. I thought he just shot a high ball. I'm sorry. Clearly, I'm not paying enough attention. A little off on the 9 is going to bring Lito back to the table. I think that's the 12 ball up by the 5, or the 13, but I think it's the 12. He can start with that in the bottom right corner. Might even be able to spin in behind the 5 to come out for the 14, but don't really need to. You can stay out on that side, and it's actually easier to move this way if you do. Well, he put himself right back where he was. Needed to go a little further for the 10. He'll take a moment to survey this. And only a moment. I think the 9 goes past that 6, so the 6 really isn't a factor here. Lito just needs to keep the cue ball clean, get around the 8. Get up high enough. Would have liked to have gone a little bit further. We'll see how close this 9 actually is. Well, that was pretty fine. Lito threading the needle. And about to put his third rack up on the shelf. There you go. We'll have a quick stop at table number 4. Looks like it just in time to see that 8 ball go on the side. And I think that was Gary, so they're tied at 1. Back to Simon and Tim. Somebody just won a game. I think this is the 4th rack, and they should mark it up soon. There it is. Simon is up 3-1, breaking rack number 5. He's made the 9 in the side. The 1 ball is tracking towards the corner. Pretty open table. That 4-14 is a small problem that needs to be solved. And which way do you go here? Are you taking highball? If you're taking highball, are you going with the 13, 15, 12, and then working your way back up? 12, 10, 14, 11, 8? Man, I love it when I can look at an 8-ball table and think something like that just rattles through my brain. Most of the time I'm looking at it going, what now? Simon's looking at that 14 ball just like I thought he might. He may take it now. Work a different pattern. Is getting good shape on that 14 is crucial, and he has it now. Simon, making this game look silly. Finding paths, threading balls. Like he was a really good player or something. Goes forward 2 rails to roll right through the center of the table to land perfect on the 8. And he's on 4. Off to the next table. And here it is, Grant Goulet versus Nick Kruger, all tied up at 2. Racing to 8, so we got a ways to go. I like that, Colin. Tell him to quit trying. Yeah, I'll take a few points off his Fargo. He's still going to be better than I am. Grant, trying to get that 4 to drop. Wait for it. He's left Nick a little tough here, but up over the 4 ball to cut the 14 in. There is also the 13. Falling a little short and getting that cue ball around. Still has options, still has work to do. Can still make things happen. With the 14 to break out the 10. Kind of gets it done. You play the combination now, leave that 10 ball in the spot you need it to be. Going through the air at the 12. Lots of room to get that cue ball to settle down. Pops it in the corner and draws it across the table for the 13. Picture perfect shape. You know what? I'm going to record that. We'll edit that one. It's a jump shot. Why have I not got instant replay going already for that? Crazy me. Left himself nicely on that 15. Should be able to drop in right where he's looking there. Well, now he's trying to go. Where's he trying to go? He's trying to go right there. Wade trying to get on the board. Stop the bleeding. Lito's. Oh, this is a race to 8, not race to 6. So we're fine. They're only halfway. So he's got time yet. Biggest problem is trying to find a way to get in on the 14. From what I can tell, that's your only for sure pocket. Up to here, I mean. Possibly looking at a bank side here. That's what the call is. Off the horn. Oh, that was so close. Lito with a long 3 rolls it in. Just a little bit, not a lot. And hey, yesterday the overlays weren't working, so you had all day with no Mr. Doodles. And I've hardly been doing it. I like how Lito didn't even try and hold that cue ball. Might be a little longer. And he'll just roll this in. Keep that cue ball on the straightest possible path to get after that 8. Oh, and he tried to cheat the pocket a little bit much. Could be a great opportunity for Wade. think Simon's got the 2 there. But it doesn't go in the corner, so what's next? 4 ball. Work your way around it. Simon just checking to see if that 6 goes past the 9 from right where he is. He's drawing right back at that 6. And I think he's got the right angle to get down there for the 5. Maybe even slide into the 11. And yeah, look at that. That's what he's doing. He's going to try and clear that 11 ball out so he has the right angle he wants to get at the 2. Beautiful shot from Simon there. Clears out that path. Needs to cheat that 5 and just slide that cue ball up to the right a little bit. That's going to get it done. Got the cue ball on a string right now. Eight ball on the side. Rack number 7 goes to Simon. He now leads 6-1. Rolling along. Simon's just not letting Tim get going. 36 minutes, 6 games. That's 6 minutes a game. Conversely, Charlie Brown and Gary Sankey have had 4 games completed, and that was 44 minutes ago, so that's 11 games. He's almost twice as fast. Beating the tar out of you before you can respond. Grant has a tough shot here, trying to play the 1 ball off the 8 in the side. Watch he doesn't send this 8 ball. Well, it depends on, I guess he's got to hit it pretty thin. So watch the 8. Oh, he's just cutting it in. Holy cow. Cutting that 1 ball in the side. Super thin. Gets it to drop. And look at the shape on that cue ball coming around. Wow. Grant tying it up. Lito and Wade. Lito at 4, trying to make it 5. Lito wants that ball to come a little further. That's going to work pretty nice. And if he can cheat the pocket and take the 8 into the same spot, he'd be happy. But he also doesn't mind rolling forward a little bit and taking it into one of the corners. Or stunning across. Go up 5-1. This 8 ball, top left. Right in the heart. Controls the cue ball, doesn't let it get away. Gary and Charlie. Oh, nice. Stroke from Gary there. Gets on the 8. Just needs to drop it. And Gary will take the lead. Simon leading 6-2. Trying to get on the hill. Coming up dry on the break. Tim will step in and make the decision high or low. The race is 8 now for all matches until we get to the final. Then it will be a single race to 10. The 9 ball's probably the toughest ball Tim has to deal with. However, that 15 ball is not going to be any picnic either. Oh, all right. Well, say hi to everybody when you get there. I'm doing this from the comfort of my garage. Flash off. The office, not really. Well, that's unlucky, Tim. I'm sorry about that. Not that I did anything, but I'm just sorry that you have to deal with this bad luck. It looked like a good hit to me until the cue ball went in the drink. I'm likely going to start with 6-1 somewhere in there. Quite a few different options to start with. I like getting rid of that 6-1, clean up that side of the table. Many different starting options. Playing the 4 off the 8 in the side. Break the 8 out. I don't mind that. Gonna have to just miss the 9. I think his initial reaction was to take the 4 off the 8 in the side, and then tried to break it out with a 3. Didn't get there, but he's back onto this 4 off the 8 operation. Or you could just play the 4 straight in. Maybe you'll clip that 15. He probably wasn't planning on taking it off of anything at any point in time. That's just my own brain. Looks like he's trying to kill it there. It's going to work for the 6. Beautiful position play. Simon on the hill, 7-2. Where Tim's run into a buzzsaw. Nick and Grant. Looks like Nick's trying to get to 4. Just has a little bit more work to do here. You want to copy one part of Nick's game? His stillness. Now watch, he's going to jump up on this shot. Grant gives it up. He'll take the lead, 4-3. Over to table 3. Leto and Wade. Leto trying to get to the hill. And Wade with a mountain to climb to get out of that hole. Leto, another one making it look easy. Squeezes every angle he can out of that draw. Give him this 8-ball. Get on the hill. That does it. Leto's on the hill, 7-1. Charlie had a nice shot in that last one to move that 7 over top the hole, improve his options. Six, 3, 1, 8. Sorry, I don't think that came through. 6, 3, 1, 8. Needs to have angle away from the left side of the table as we're looking at it. Perfect angle. Just come out just past the 14. Oh, that's got a little bit of speed on it. Still workable. That'll get him back within 1. We missed it when Simon finished it off. Oh no, he's on the hill, 7-2. Him going over, trying to get the 3. Oh, scratches in the corner. Simon would dearly like to move that 3 ball. Just to open it up. See if he can get in behind it and kick it to the end rail. Just like that. Now, that little move alone, how important is that for this table? Now we can cut the 11 in the bottom left corner. Take the 10 ball right now. Making it look so easy. Could have stopped it there and shot it in the top right corner pocket, but I guess he didn't want to walk to that end of the table. Make the cue ball do the work. And Simon, ripping through that set, has defeated Tim Lazard 8-2. Head over to table 2 where Nick Kruger leads Grant Golay 4-3. Grant's at the table. Grant trying to figure out the 7-1. Got to cut 7 in the side. Maybe he can bump into the 1. No. Maybe he's going into the 12 and hoping he can shoot the 1 up in the top left corner pocket. And that's going to work. Just a little bit of left-hand side to get inside that 15. Oh, he went all the way around to take the 8 in the side. I thought he might just go 1 rail and up for the 8 in this bottom right corner. But that'll work. So level it at 4. Trying to figure out what that new sound in my headset was. There was this weird noise. The washing machine in the room next door on a spin cycle. You guys probably can't hear it, but I was freaking out. There was something weird going on at the frame. Lito trying to get through on the win. Lined up in the 13. Gonna have some work to do to get onto that. I think that's the 10 and the 14. A thinner cut than he wanted, I think. Can be done. Running it down. The thin cut makes it easier to get the cue ball to go back and forth twice. So he didn't quite get there with the cue ball, but that's okay because he knocked the 6 out of the road and he can draw, or he can shoot this 14 into that top left corner and draw the cue ball around for the 8. Little bottom left. Oh, maybe he's doing something to, I think he's doing bottom left and around. Nope. He didn't have to go that far. Nicely done. Eight inside to advance. There you go. Lito has defeated Wade Woodkey 7-2. Head over to table 4. That's Charlie at the table again. Funny, it's going to be Simon and Lito in the next round. They could get that going. It's not scheduled to go for another 20 minutes. If they get it going now, though, it's just going to be further behind. The other matches are only halfway. So we're expecting them not to go hill to finish by 3:30. They did start a half hour late. So, incidentally, Simon and Tim's match was an hour and 2 minutes. Lito and Wade's match was an hour and 9 minutes. Yeah. Different folks, different strokes, right? Back in a moment.
You were on my mind today for the first time in a long time. And I pulled out my phone and rang. I hope you don't mind, but hear your voice and I freeze. Hello, who is it you say to me? And I open my mouth to speak, saying I don't mean to call you out of the blue. This isn't something that I usually do. And you might not believe me, but I swear that it's true. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. And then we talk for hours, catching up on everything. And we both changed in the best ways, and this could turn into anything. And as we wind down, you say it's nice to hear from you now. And I swear that you could hear me smile, saying I don't mean to call you out of the blue. This isn't something that I usually do. And you might not believe me, but I swear that it's true. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. I don't mean to call you out of the blue. This isn't something that I usually do. And you might not believe me, but I swear that it's true. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue. Oh, I used to be sad, but now I'm out of the blue.
And I'm back. I think you have to take the 7 here. Draw back. Play the 4. And as long as you're not dead straight on the 4, you're going to be able to get out into the middle of the table for the 2. Even if you're dead straight, you just draw. Oh, you gotta draw back to the 4. Can he see the 2? He might be stuck on that 15 and can't even see the 2. That would not be good. Check out table 2 if he's going to think about this for a while. Nope, he's going to fire at it. Right hand siding, just trying to run this cue ball around. Oh no, he's playing safe. And that's going to be a foul. Gary's not going to move the cue ball much. He's going to take that 12 right now. The only problem ball he has. It happens. Every once in a while, you're going to miss a ball in hand. Usually, it'll be something long like this one. Pretty sure that 2 goes by the 8. But that cue ball has to come into this rail as quick as it can. Oop. And then down here. Oops. That really wasn't bad from there. You can still cut it in. There you go. No way. He's going to be able to see that 8. I thought for a second he was going to tuck in behind that 11 and not see it. like I said, after this round is over, I'm going to stop and restart the streams so that we don't have any more interruptions for the day. Should be fine. Nick getting to 5. Looks like they're taking a break over on the other table. All right, we'll stick with this one for a while then. And just leave them to their own devices. Probably just a washer break. Happens. But as a result, rack number 10, Nick to break. A lot of clusters, a lot of problems in this rack. What do you do and how do you do it? Grant trying to be creative and get something going there, but that's a tough table. Nick almost clearing that 10 ball, but not giving Grant anything in the way of offensive opportunity here. Nick playing another little ticky-tacky safety here. What he's doing is he's putting the workload on Grant. It's not a bad strategy. Make your opponent make the mistake, right? Not going to have the steam. Could have had the line. I think he's going to cut the 3 into the side, which I don't mind. Don't mind at all. What can Grant make happen here? Looks like he's on the 10. You don't want to move that 7 too far because it could block the 14. Now you're taking the 9. Draw it back just a little bit for the 11. Now from this 11, you want to move the 13. You're trying the breakout now. Yep. You see he's measuring it up. Little bottom, little right. And he's... Oh, that was so close. That was a great try. May actually still have an opportunity here. Cut the 14, the bottom left corner pocket. Smooth the cue ball into the 13. What I mean by that is you have to roll it in. If you stun it at all, it's going to miss the 13. Oh, as two great efforts from Grant. Unfortunate to miss the first time and then double kiss the second time to leave the same problem there that Nick can exploit and use as a freebie because you can't make the 9-ball without banking it. I don't blame Nick at all. If I was in Nick's shoes, I'd be extremely happy to be back at the table now with my opponent missing 2 chances to break out his toughest ball. Yep, all things rosy for Nick. Nick has elected to break the 6 more open. That's going to work. Runs the 2 in. Is he going to have the 5 straight up in the corner? This looks beautiful. 5 bottom left, 7 top center, 4 top right. Roll down or most likely roll down for the 8 bottom left. Thanks very much, folks. I just see we got 3 new subscribers on YouTube. I'm trying to grow the YouTube page. It's a little easier to use as far as streaming and watching later. So as that is said, all individual matches that are cut out of my recordings and put on the stream will be on YouTube only. So watch for them there in the next week. I'll try and get them all out in the next week. Keep in mind, I do have, let's see, 284 gigabytes of data to sort through. Okay, so it's going to take a moment. Charlie up 6-4, Nick up 5-4. We'll head over to table number 4 and check that out while they think they're having a washroom break there. And they have retired the 2 tables. Threading the needle for the 14. Lets the cue ball slide forward. See how Nick and Grant are doing. And here's Grant dropping his 5th rack. Back over to Charlie. 10 on the side. Just want to float the cue ball a little bit. Don't want to run it too far. Let it take its natural angle down the... Oh, no, he's going right into the 11. Going after the 13 now. Charlie making his way through it. Perfect opportunity to play shape on that 15 ball now. Just draw into the rail. You want it to bounce, though, so that you have angle to come back up for the 12. You'd like a little more, but you'll take what you get. And you don't get upset. Pops it into the rail. This isn't going to be easy for Gary. A very thin cut on the 8. It would almost be easier to judge if it was frozen to the rail. Going to make that high ball for Charlie. That mistake may put Charlie on the hill. Almost certainly now it will. There you go, Charlie on the hill. Back to Nick and Gary. Sorry, Nick and Grant. Nick hoping for another opportunity this rack so he can get on the hill. Grant's got some walking to do. Wants to check out some angles. Be back in a moment, folks. And we have returned just in time to see Nick. Looks like he's going to clear this table. The winner of this match is guaranteed $445. The loser only $200. So it's basically race to 8 for $225. Nick looking smooth. Just a little draw shot here, a little bottom right. Coming right down the table where he wants it. He might be a little straight on that though. Regardless, you can still draw off it, but it looks like he's going into the end rail. Perfect shape for the bottom left corner. There it is. Nick has reached the hill. We'll go back and check out Charlie and Gary. Nothing in his road. Just needs to keep the cue ball clean. Take that 9 into that top corner pocket, the 13 right after it. Should be able to come back out for the 14. Slide past it for the 10 in the top side pocket, and then 8 in the same pocket near the 13. Well, access to that 13 ball is now restricted. And you're not guaranteed to get onto the 10 after this 14. You could do what he's looking at. Play the 14, bump the cue ball into the 6, and you'll have the 13. I'm keeping an eye on Nick and Grant, and if it looks like Nick is going to get to the table and run out, we'll swap over there. So far right now, Charlie's the closest clearing his table and finishing his match. You know, up until this weekend, I don't think I understood how large a terabyte was. I was worried that if I tried to record these 4 cameras or 4 tables all weekend, I wouldn't have enough storage space for it. Now, I don't plan on keeping it. Just long enough to edit it and repost it. But you know, I was worried. Anyway. Charlie to advance. It may have wiped its feet before it went down, but it's gone down. So back over to Nick. But like I was saying about a terabyte, I was curious, like, am I going to be able to record all these matches? That's a lot of data. However, a terabyte is 1,000 gigabytes. I've got a 5 terabyte hard drive. So I've been recording most of yesterday, all of today. And I'm not even at a terabyte. I'm not even close. So I will have some work to do to edit them down. I'll post the full match up for anybody to watch. I'd say that was good. Yep. Grant's looking at it again, but this time it's just a stop shot. I'm going to hit the 4, make the 4 on the side, and bump that 15 out of the way. Take a look at that after he makes the 8, but I'm pretty sure it looked good to me. And so Nick has made it through. We will advance to round 2 of the A side. Yep, clearly good. No issues. I didn't think it was bad anyway, but just, always nice to go back and double check, and either there's a clear 2-3 frames or at least one frame where he hits the 4 first. Okay. Let's see here. Let's go to this graphic. You can see who's next. Nick and Charlie versus Lito and Simon. And if you needed to know, Simon, Nick, Lito, and Charlie are 4 out of the top 5 Fargos that entered the event. The only one that was upset was Kevin Robitaille, and that's, could have happened to any one of these 3 or any one of these 5 or 6, right? Just goes to show you. Fargos, while they're not the be all and end all, they're a pretty good indicator of ability. I'm going to stop and restart the stream. We'll be back in a few minutes.